Good morning, traders. I don't know how much talking I'm going to do today, but I wanted to record this trade. I put quadrants on the opening range of the pre-market thus far. Now we have a new low, but for the first hour, that's the quadrants. And my hypo is that we're going to be trading down to this area, this 4-hour regular trading hour low, which has nice relative equal lows here. And we're still dancing around. We may not trade down there at the pre-market. I'm not sure, but I'm just trying to grab a little bit of money in between these quadrants. Actually took a long at the pre-market high, thinking we were going back up, and we didn't. So my hypo is that we are going to push down there eventually. We did just take the pre-market low, and then we went back up to the middle. Also, there's a breaker there when we pushed up to this. And so even if we just dance in between the quadrants, we push below that one, so I think we at least go here. Maybe we go there and we reject back up, but I think we at least go to here. Maybe I should just take my profit there and be happy with what I got. But I think we could flush. I think I need to take my risk off, just in case we go back up to that other quadrant. I mean, at the very least, I could. Already took a little hickey there. I was actually out running last night doing my Uber stuff, and I had put on a trade, and I actually made money on it. I was up, I don't know, not a lot of money, but I was up like 50 bucks, and I was like, you know what, screw this. I don't really feel like trading this Asia chop tonight. So I killed the trade. You know, I had a 20-30 bucks, but I had my take profit in there. And when you're doing it on your phone, you can't always see those orders because it's mainly on the dome, I guess you would say, or DOM, however you say that, and whatever your preference is. But depth of market screen, and you can't see your orders. Well, once I killed that trade, normally in here, if you kill a trade, it's going to cancel all your orders, but on your phone, it doesn't do that. And so I had an order to sell short. We'd have to go all the way back to Asia. But I had an order, I was in here, and around here, and I ordered to take profit at 700. And so it was coming down, it started doing all this chop, it got me into a profit, and I was like, screw it, I'm killing it. So I killed it. Wish I would have held it now, because I had 4 on, it would have gotten my profit there, and it also continued down, and I actually was going to take 2 off there and leave the other 2 running, and I didn't do that. But instead, when I killed it, I left that order to buy 2 right here, and I had no idea it was even in there, because you can't see it on the dome. Unless you scroll to it. It doesn't just show up right there in your face. So it came down and it filled me and stopped me out for a $150 loss. Unbeknownst to me. So I started the day I was like, I don't know, 130, 140 in the hole. Because of that little accident, the market doesn't care what you got going on. It is unforgiving, and I don't like that we're not moving any further, any lower than this. I do like that we're not going back up, but I'm not happy that we're not going down. So how's that, I wonder? I'm gonna lock in a little more. At least enough to get me to even, huh? I guess it really don't matter that much. This quadrant is at 97 and that one is at 12. Heck, I'm even, if it goes back up to that other quadrant, and it looks like it's going to, it's just going to stop me out either way. So let's get out. We'll book that. So it seems to be just working these quadrants of the pre-market. If we were to open right now, we would be opening with a significant gap down, which doesn't seem to matter these days. We could open with a gap down and never even go into it at all. 120 from the settlement price. We can open with a gap up and never go into it at all. It's just, I'm ready for this government shutdown to end so we can get back to normal. This has been tough trading, in my opinion. Some of it's my mental blocks. I'm not. See, to me, when we went back to this breaker here, we should have left town. And now it's looking like we want to go back to the breaker again. There is a small fair value gap in here that we just worked into and we are respecting, so it could push lower. But it's starting to look like a bunch of rangy, choppy mess. But we did respect it. We almost touched the breaker, but there's no fair value gap here. Only this one for an inversion. So I'm just thinking we're working these quadrants and we'll continue to work them. We may end up pushing down, but maybe if we do push down, I can find a place to get in elsewhere. But this is, if we were to touch that, a fair value gap pulling away. It's being respected so far. So maybe killing that trade was a bad idea. I don't like, I've got a really small account, and this is one of my one of my new XFAs, and I've had 2 losing days in a row on it. And so if I'm trading 4 contracts, I get real nervous because you can lose a lot of money quickly with 4 contracts. You can also make a lot quickly. So maybe try to get back in at round number with just 2. That would put us at the high of, uh-oh, I'm not going to get an opportunity. Maybe I will. We'll see. Round number would take that wick out. And that one tried to push up into it and failed. But that's the quadrant too. So we'll try it. But we'll just do 2 this time. That way we don't have quite as much risk on. You can kill it quicker if it starts ripping higher or something. You're not going to get your butt handed to you quite as fast. Only half as fast. The quadrant at 97. Didn't want any more of it. You know, let me look at the 1 hour candle. This is something that I'm a little 8 a.m., 7 a.m. Okay, so I have my quadrants. Actually, this one might be a little off. On the first hour of trading, which is what ICT talks about doing. Yeah, on the first hour of trading. you mark out that first hour of the pre-market, and now you have a New York, because this is the beginning of the New York session, a New York high and a New York low. And typically, if we're ranging, we'll take out the low and then go back to the high. And I noticed we weren't really doing that. We were just kind of dancing around, consolidating, maybe waiting for the market to open. I'm not sure. And maybe that would be my best option here. I don't think we're going to dump much lower before the market opens. But you can see how it behaved with those quadrants. Even on the hourly, we went up to that 25% quadrant. Right now we're sitting at the 75. In the higher time frames, you can see it even better. Dipped down to the bottom, just wicked, and then right back up all the way to halfway point. And now we're just sitting right here, very happy at that portion of the range. I think we're going to wait for more information. I'm going to get rid of that guy and this guy because I don't think they're pertinent right now. So this is probably going to be a real long stream. I don't intend to do a whole lot of talking. But, you know, right now I'm just happy to go into the market with a green box instead of a red box. We got 30 minutes before the open.
These 100% grass-fed beef sticks from Paleo Valley are 30 sticks for just $36 right now. But before you go and buy them, here are 5 reasons I replaced processed snacks with these.
That would have filled me. Yes, at 600 it would have filled me. Could have got 10 points there. It's just too choppy right now for me to, you know, get into a trade and hold it till the cows come home kind of thing. I think we will continue to work those quadrants. We could flush before the market opens, but you know, it definitely is possible. This is actually our pre-market low now. you don't have it marked on your chart, mark that 453, because that is just too straight of a line for us not to revisit it. It's also, this is a regular trading hour gap, and then we have a new week opening gap here that we've only worked into halfway, followed by another regular trading hour gap. So if we offer lower, we could offer all the way down into this. But this, to me, is our first target to the downside. Then we would have to regroup and see what's next. And that's where we gapped up yesterday. If I put on RTH, you'll be able to see all that. So yeah, that's what it looks like right now. There's where we opened, we worked into 25% of the gap, and then went up the rest of the day. And this is the gap from the previous day, which we worked halfway at the end of the day. This is from Friday. We went down, and then we got up to half of the gap, and then we stopped. And we've pretty much been going up since Friday. Worked a little bit into that. Had that new week opening gap here. Worked half of it, and then straight up from there. So we have lots of features on the chart. Regular trading hour gap up high. This one tried to get up into it, couldn't, but that is a daily high. So if we continue up, that's our target. If we push down, that's our first target right there. The Top Steps charts are messed up right now. Look at the daily. Yesterday's candle isn't even here. Yeah, maybe we're missing a couple of candles. And then there's one little bitty one right up there. And that doesn't, I mean, that's not even close to being what's the chart's supposed to look like. So we're flying a little blind on that. I'm glad I had my levels marked out before the chart kind of went nuts. That's the daily candle of today, but yesterday's, no. We had a little more movement than, what is that? A couple of points. That may be yesterday. Yeah, that's yesterday. And then this would be the day before, but we had a little more movement than that yesterday. So I don't know what's going on with the charts, but they're definitely having some problems with them. Regular trading hour, 4 hour. It actually does show yesterday. Regular trading hour only. Another directional day. Yeah, Friday was really the first day in a while where we've had a market push one way, find a bottom, and then go back the other way. We've been having so many directional days, and that's hard for a reversal trader like me. This one did, but it didn't take the high. So it was pretty much a directional day, reversion to the mean, but you would have had to get in without it taking that high, you know. So it was hard. Directional. I don't know, we opened here. Pretty much directional. It looks like we had a little bit of a reversal there. Anytime you see a wick on those, that means we had a reversal pattern. This one we went down, back up, back down. This one was crazy choppy. Open. And then we close there. So I bet that day was tough. This is pretty much up, 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 end of the day, pulled back. Up, up, reversed halfway. straight up. This was a day where we went down and took out a level and then went back up to the middle. That's what used to be the norm. But right now we're just seeing a whole lot of directional days or chop days like that. This one just pretty much just up all day long. Up all day long. Down all day long. This looks like an up down. Yeah. This one opened here, went down, took out that level, and then went back up. That was when we were in that range. This wasn't horrible trading there. This day opened in the morning, went all the way down, failed to take out a significant level, and then went all the way back up. So that wouldn't be a horrible day to trade. This one took out blue sky and then just pulled back just a little. Pretty much a directional day there too. Directional. That's that Friday we fell out of bed. This is actually our 20 day range is what ICT said to mark out as a 20-day range would be this high and this low, and until we break it, we weren't going to be seeing a whole lot of movement outside of it. And then we finally broke it to the upside. The low of that range, 425, corresponds well with this. We've taken out the high of the range, then we started pulling back. So if we could push down into this area today, that would be wonderful. I would just like to see us work into this gap right here. But my hypo for November is a sell-off. Just didn't happen yesterday at all. Directional day again. I did end up, I think I took a long, and I ended up making all the money I'd lost over clicking. Looks like we're still just working those lower quadrants back up to the middle, or 75, 1 to 75. Doesn't look like we made it back to 50% yet. Let's look at that on a 1 minute. I'm not sure why this is here. There we go. I'm going to leave that music playing because if I walk away, I don't want y'all to think I turned the stream off or you've been muted. Settlement, and this was yesterday, so that was Monday. Apologize for sneezing in y'all's ear. Yeah, we did work back up into that one. This is, yeah, that's a 1 minute chart. So yeah, we're just working those quadrants. I would like, when this one pushed up right here and couldn't make 50, and this one pushed up and couldn't make 50, that kind of gave me an idea that I thought when we were pushing up here, we were gonna go take that one out. So that's why I had gone long, and I got smoked bad. Just this little rundown right here took $100 or so. But playing those quadrants, you can definitely make some money there. got about 30 minutes before the market opens. And so I'm just going to leave the music running. I can't stand to sit here for another 30 minutes. I can tell you what I'd like to see happen when the market opens real quick. Pre-high is a significant level, pre-market high. We're already trading below this 4-hour level, so I'm going to delete it. But this is a significant level. This would be a London high and a London high. That's this. Yeah, 407. And of course, midnight open, that's a significant level. And of course, settlement is going to be a significant level. What I would like to see happen, if we're going to push into these PD arrays, is we go up and we take out that pre-market high, maybe even around here, and then we just can't get any higher, and we start offering lower. That's what I would like to see. But I would like for that pre-market high to fall prior to. And then we start attacking the pre-market low and hopefully work into this area down here. So will that happen? I don't know. This is the 15-minute chart. This is our target area. I can mark that out over here because it's the same as that here. I'll just make it a big red line and put target area. We are currently trading above the 50% of last week. And if you think in terms, if you're a billionaire, okay, and we're going lower, we're going to offer down into this stuff until December when we have our Santa Claus rally. That's been my hypo. That's why I've been reluctant to take longs. But let's say that was yesterday. We got up here. We didn't want to go any higher. We took out one of those gaps that we had up top. It was a very small one. And then we didn't want to push any higher. Consolidated. Lots of people thinking, we're going higher. We're going to go fill that gap right here. Which we still could. We very well could. I don't know that this one's been adjusted, because these look like they went higher. Oh, that's the New York. Okay, I get it. We could still, but if you're a billionaire and we're going to sell off the rest of December, where would you want to sell to willing buyers? It would be up here in this area, above the 50% of last week. So this area right here would be where I would be wanting to sell to a retail guy that thinks we're going back to the all-time highs. And then once we get everybody on board, we drop the bottom out of it. This would have been settlement on Friday, so I need to label that. I think it was Friday. Yeah, November 7th. My sister's birthday. Who's over there? Well, it's Lord Larry. Yeah, really the only way I make anybody my student is by watching the videos. So tune in, watch the videos. We will, I'll definitely help you any way I can. If you want my phone number, I'll give that to you. You can, call me, text me, whatever you want. There it is. I put it in the chat. My name is Don. Got 12 minutes till you open. Pre-market range, clearly defined. Working those quadrants. This is the first hour I've got on the quadrants. First hour of pre-market trading. So you can see we work to the bottom, push through for a second, back up, the middle. It's just, it loves to work these quadrants. I would expect the next one, we'll probably come back down to this one. And then maybe go to that one, or maybe we go there first. That's the bad part about it, is you don't know which quadrant is going to hit next. It could come back down to this one and then go up to that one. You never know. And it's not that much space. 611, back to a round number. But if you're a scalper, that right there will do it. It's just kind of a snooze fest until we get opened. I think I'll go make some coffee. Alright, got the coffee. Looks like we got game time in 5 minutes. I feel like I need to go back to bed, but I don't want to because I think today's going to be a good day. Yesterday was not a good day for me. If you think it doesn't work those quadrants, I don't know what other proof you need. The video, hey, there we go, there's my alarm. Mental focus time. ICT put out a video 2 or 3 weeks ago and he was talking about these quadrants. It's the first time I've ever seen him talk about the quadrants. I'm going to save you in my phone, Lord Larry, as Lord Larry, unless you want a different name. Is this your first time on the channel, Larry? Three minutes before the big candles start playing out. Hopefully we'll see some big movement at the open. It may just flush out of bed like it has been and not even try to fill the gap or take any highs or anything. It may just rip. Larry, I'm typing you a text. And then I'll tell you on the channel if you're still listening. So, I don't recommend anybody put their real money into the market thinking they're going to make some, because most of the time you don't make some. Most of the time you lose. The average trader puts $10,000 into the market. They jump in, they think they're going to make $1 million, and within 6 months that $10,000 is gone. Sometimes sooner than that. And I'm a little above average because I put about 30,000 into the market and lost every penny. And then I decided, there is some potential here. I need to actually learn how to do it. And so since that time, which was probably 2.5 years ago, I've been trying to learn how to do it. And my concepts are based on a guy named Michael Huddleston. His YouTube handle is Inner Circle Trader. Most people abbreviate his name as ICT. And that's what I usually refer to him as ICT. And when I started learning his strategies, I actually started doing better. And I've been through everything you read, everything you see on retail with all the moving averages and market profile and all of that good stuff. The reason I recommend a paper trading account, there's no substitute for chart time. You're gonna have to learn to read the candles and learn how, like this is NASDAQ, you have to learn how it behaves, and sometimes it behaves very erratically, but there are some very key elements to finding reversal patterns, the ones ICT teaches, and if you've ever listened to him, you'll learn that he is a little wordy, and somebody will say something on Twitter and he'll spend an hour ranting about that, and so I just try to teach his concepts, and I only really know one of his reversal patterns, but he has a bunch, but the one's all you need. There's a couple of videos. One of them is called One Setup for Life, and the other one is the Silver Bullet, and that's basically what I use on the stuff that he shares. And they're all kind of loosely based on those two concepts, but there are some key differences in a few of the models he presents. This is a new one that I never had heard anything about these quadrants, and until his most recent video that he shared, and I don't know exactly where to put all the quadrants. I just saw the pre-market range and I was like, I'm gonna put quadrants on that and see what happens. And you can see the market is very well behaving in these quadrants. We've gone to the lower one. We're just dancing back and forth in between them. Why else would we just stop there and come back down all the way to here? It's definitely behaving in there. And so he says this is a computer that's controlling this price movement. It's not buying and selling that's controlling the price movement, but a computer. So there could be orders up here waiting to be filled, long or short, and the market will eventually go there, but the computer is delivering the price right now. And it's not really based on where those orders are resting. It will oftentimes go down and fill big orders, or at least I would think. It definitely runs on liquidity. So anybody long right now, they're going to have orders here expecting the high to get taken, or any of these wicks, they'd have orders. And so when the market takes that high, it typically will run back down and take out these people that are, if they haven't already taken profit, it'll come and take their stop. That's real common. And that's just the way the market moves. We still haven't taken any significant levels. I typically like to wait until the first 30 minutes has come and gone before, so I can get the same kind of a setup with the pre-market range. I can get one with the opening range, and that's the first 30 minutes of trading. We'll have a high and a low. But I would get on that Ninja Trader, which I would show you right now, but I could click over there and I'll miss whatever's happening next. I'll do it real quick. We look like we're just sitting. So here's the Ninja Trader thing. you can get in here and enter one of these contests, there's a crypto contest, starts in 7 days. And then they have let's see. Let me log into the web platform. I think I'm already logged in. No. Oh, they do have prop trading now. Okay. Free trading charts. Okay. They actually have a really nice platform, and there's a big company, the big crypto company called Kraken, and they opened it. We're still at the 26, 27 mark, so we're good. I'm watching this number up here so I don't miss anything over there. So live trading, start application. No, I don't want to start application. I've already applied. Back to dashboard. I want the platform. I want to show you the dadgum charts, and I don't know how to get to it because I never use this. Trade. I bet you that's it. Still at 23. Haven't really moved anywhere. So on this, I don't have an account with them yet, but I'm probably going to get one. You go to your simulated trading, and it shows you. Let's see, I can watch the chart right here. There are some things that you'll need to do on here to get it to set up, kind of like I have it. Oh, we're moving. We're moving. I got to get back over here. So we just took the pre-market high, and so now I would be looking for, if we're moving lower, a flush. Not really interested in this up move because I'm thinking we're going to go south, but we may go up. I'm going to change to we got it over here. Higher time frame. A straight line up here. This is one. I would think 50 would be a bounce area. So once we've taken that level, my expectation is we're going to trade lower. So I'm going to change to a 15-second chart over here, and I'm going to mark out the last down close candle, which is that one. Yeah, last down close before the run up, and I'm going to wait for a fair value gap to form beneath it. We have two on the way down, but I want to see one underneath it. And we're still working through these quadrants too, so it would be nice if we could do something with one of them. Maybe if we could enter short about here. That's where I'm thinking. It's 25. So I'm just going to try to sell two short right there. Then this may be a loser, but we'll see. So that is the quadrant. Why didn't we get filled? 25 even? We should have got filled on that. I'm just going to move it down and try to get in. Why aren't we getting filled here? Okay, finally we got filled. Now I'm either going to get smoked to the upside because we're going to go fill that gap, or we're going to start pushing down to my target level down here. One of those two things is going to happen, and right now it's out of my hands. There's no need to put on that much risk. If we're going to take those highs, then I'm losing the trade. So I'm going to put it at the highs. And that's very, very possible in the first 30 minutes that we could take those highs. I'm going to go back to a 1-minute chart now. See, this right now just looks like chop. We could scout these ranges, or we could hold it, believing that we're going to our target area down here. Why is it the target area? This is a 15-minute chart, very smooth lines down here, and we also have gaps in price action. There's been no trading in this area here. We opened with a gap up yesterday and we didn't even attempt to fill it at all. So I'm hoping that we can get down into this area and at least work a little bit of it. And that's the plan. So we can go back over to Ninja Trader now that I got a trade on, and I can show you over here. I'm in a demo account, I think, yeah, the demo, and this would be the one when I do my competition. It'll pull up a new account there. So I'm in the demo. Over here I've got the ATM, and it shows I've got $100 stop loss, $200 take profit. And in that situation, you would just want to sell and just let it play out. If you believe the market's going down, that's what you would do, is sell, and then that's what I believe is going to happen. On this one, to match what I've got over there, that level's around 450, so that would be it. The one thing you'll notice, this one does not tell you how much money you're going to make if the trade goes where you want it to. It doesn't tell you that. On TopStep it does, but TopStep's going to run you, if you get a 50K combine, it's going to run you $50 a month till you get good enough to actually start making money and get funded. So I always recommend people start for free, try it a while, see if you even like it. You may not. It sucks sometimes, real bad. Especially when you get your butt handed to you every single day. Oh man, I've gone through some drawdown. I mean, I'm talking like getting kicked in the teeth every day for 2 years. It sucks sometimes, it really does. So make sure that you want to do this. You could try Trading View. It just has a 10-minute delay, so it will delay the price movement a little bit, but you could still do the same thing with them. I can show you, because they allow what they call CAD right here. Okay, so Trading View charts is actually what start trading, trade station. No, don't want to do that. Trading panel here. Well, I was supposed to pull it up. Oh, they got competitions too over here. I want some of those. So you click down here on paper trading, and then you'll be able to trade. Now, I'm pretty sure I can't trade NASDAQ on this. Right here, this is S&P futures, so I'm just going to try selling one. Send order without real-time data. Doing this may lead to unexpected results. See if it even sends. Okay, so it did, yeah. And this is a daily chart. There's a 5-minute chart. Okay, so one thing it doesn't do is it doesn't put automatic brackets in. You have to drag them where you want. So I don't know where S&P is going, but you drag them. And so your stop loss would be up here, and your take profit down here at the lows. And it looks like I sold one ES, but you can do it here absolutely free. You just have to put up with these ads. If you're not in the US, this is your best option. Does that help? Yes, sir, Larry. Have a good day. Well, we're still just working these quadrants. I might get stopped out here. I was expecting a flush, but we just took out those lows and pushed right back to the breaker. This is a 15-second breaker, not a 1 minute breaker. The 1 minute breaker I don't think has even been validated yet. This is our 1 minute breaker here. So we would need a fair value gap beneath it. But I'm working off of that 15-second breaker here. Which is probably not a good idea for this time of day. But we'll just have to see. I'm pretty strong-willed on this sell-off business. So there's our quadrant still. I just need to extend them out a little. So we went back to the 25%. Both when we opened the pre-market, we kind of danced around, then we went up, came a little bit back down, then we poked the high again. So we may go poke that high again, in which case I'll get stopped out. But eventually we flushed, and so I'm hoping for that flush. It's really not telling us much of anything right now. This may be more of a gamble trade than anything else. A gut feeling type of trade. First minute, right there, high, low. That's all we've done so far is work in that first minute. We poked the low, we poked the high. What time we getting to be here? 9:48. We should make a move here. If we're going to get stopped out quick, or we're going to get some profit quick, one of the two. I could have been playing these quadrants, made a couple $100 already, I think, because I've been up 60, 70 bucks. I want the big enchilada though. I don't want that little enchilada. I mean, I like enchiladas of any size really, but big enchiladas, little enchiladas. But today I think there is potential, real big, huge potential for a flush to here and maybe even lower. And if I start seeing a little more confirmation of that, I'm probably going to add to this position. Those lows are our current target, but this entire area is a gap, and then we have a new week opening gap here that hasn't seen any trading in regular trading hours at all. So if we're flushing, this is settlement from Friday, I believe. We could flush. I mean, we could do some serious freaking flushing today. So I'm gonna let it make me as much money as it can. Usually, if I see $200 on two micros, I take it. But today, I don't know. Maybe we should be looking at. We just poked the previous pre-market low. We could just start ranging here. These next few candles. So if we look at our 1 minute breaker here, which is right here. Yeah, right here. We got our first fair value gap. That would be my entry right there. And I think I just missed it. So I'm gonna try to get in maybe around 80. I'm gonna try to add 2 more. I don't know that I'll be able to get in. I'll try it pre-market low at 70. If I'm right on this, it'll be okay. Okay, so now we're filled. We got 4. If we reject here and start trading back up, I'm gonna be in trouble real quick. Because we could take out pre-market low and go straight up from here. I'm thinking break even stop would be a good idea. I'll just move it here. So this is our first fair value gap after the breaker. It's actually quite large. We're wicking into it. Entry, premium entry would be right here. Let's see what number that is. The high of that is 83.75, so 83.50 would be your premium entry, which I think that candle just hit that. It hit 84.25. I don't like these wicks here. I think we need to get past them. On the 15-minute chart, you can see those lines real nice, and I got them marked out low side target. We could go lower than that. This is settlement from 11/7, which was Friday. But we could also take out the pre-market low and rip higher. So this is definitely an area where you would want to put in your break even. You can always get back in. Well, I can't say that always, because I've lost a lot of money trying to rejoin a move, anticipating where it might reverse to. But I do like this. That fair value gap is being respected nicely. It's actually a bearish, so I'm gonna make it orange. This one really doesn't need a color. It was a gap up, so I made it blue. let's go to RTH here, and I'll show you what we're looking at down here. So this, when we opened, I think this was Monday. No, this was Friday. We opened on Friday, and this is where we stopped about noon. And then we went up and up and up and up. Took out lots of PD arrays up top. And so we have a lot of areas up above and below the market that haven't been traded through. So it really could go either direction here. It doesn't have to go my way. It looks like I'm going to get stopped at break even. I did. So returning to the 1 minute breaker is not alarming. I mean, it could do that for sure. But I would want to see a bounce and a push away, and we didn't bounce. So luckily, I moved my stop to break even. I felt like we may have been hanging out a little too long at the pre-market low. Now, if we can reject again off of this 15-second breaker, I will take another short. But like I said, the first 30 minutes of the day, we're still in it. And we've taken the pre-market low. We've taken the pre-market high. It could go either way. It's a coin flip. It's absolute coin flip. Since I am bearish minded, I'm thinking somewhere around here or this 25% quadrant, we push back down. But I don't want to just jump in on a trade there. I want to see it happen. Maybe we try to run the highs. Maybe we work into this gap a little ways. We didn't want that one. We had an opportunity to go get that one and we didn't want it. Maybe we're just running stops. From a 15-second candle perspective, I guess I'll put a box on it. The halfway point, this is a 1 minute candle, so this one right here, halfway point was respected. I'm gonna try two more right here at that breaker, I guess. Where is the breaker? 18? Yeah. So that filled me. And the halfway point is right there at the 25% quadrant. Could get smoked right here. This would be our breaker to the upside. We're trying to validate it now. It's scary to sell when you go up, but that's what you got to do in a bearish market or a bullish market. You see a rip down if we're bullish, or we see a rip down. It's scary to buy when the market is just ripping down. But when it gets to a level like the pre-market low, that's where you're supposed to get in. And it's could be very likely that you get stopped out. But you can't sell down here expecting it to go lower. I do that a lot. But it's not a good idea to do it because you end up losing a lot of money on these reversals. And we could go to fill in some of this gap. I might lose this trade here. I'm just bearish on the day. We are still above the 50% retrace of the week, which is where, in my hypothesis, I believe big money, they know seasonal tendency, November is we sell off. And so they're finding willing buyers up here. And the willing buyers are looking at this gap and the settlement. No, they may not even know anything about that. They're retail guys that don't really know what they're doing. They're thinking, we're going here. We're going to all-time high. And so they're going to sell as many contracts as they can to those people while it's above this yellow line. When they run out of people wanting to buy up here, then we'll flush. That's my hypo. Will it happen? Who knows? But that's my hypo. Knows what the market's going to do. But if you study it long enough, you can definitely see some tendencies. So we're still just working these quadrants. If we can flush back down here to these lower quadrants, I would sure be happy to see that. Maybe I should just take some profit and not worry about it even breaking out of this range, because I'm making profit on these trades. I'm just not taking it because I want the flush. So maybe it would be better if I go ahead and take some profit somewhere along the way. But I like my entry. I like where my stop loss is. Actually, I think I should put it. Are those equal, or did it take it? I guess it's more important that we look at it over here. The high of this candle. I know it took the pre-market range. That one's high is 35.50, 635.50, and this one's high is. No, that's not possible. Oh man, oh man. We may be rejecting. So this candle's high. 45.25. 46. So it did take it. So I would like for that to remain the high of the day right there. So working these quadrants. Where did these quadrants come from? They came from pre-market, the first hour of trading pre-market. Pre-market did make a new low, but this is just the first hour marked out. And you can see we've been working those quadrants. So if we're going to be pushing back down, we should come down to this one, probably go back to that one, and then maybe this one, and back to that one. If we're going to be going up, we'll probably go to this one, back to that one, or we may just flush up. I don't know. May just start ripping higher. Maybe I should try to get out here and try to get back in here. But that one didn't make it to the quadrant, so I think we're going to flush a minute. See how that one didn't quite make it up high enough? Could just be running these lows. But right here I'm thinking is our next target. I don't know if it's just going to work these all day, but if you're a scalper, man, that can make you some freaking money. The bullish breaker is actually this one on this push down. So we didn't even validate it. We didn't even get above it really. I don't even think any candle bodies met that one. A couple of candle bodies closed above it. So we're back to that 75. Well, if my hypo is correct, we're going to go back to this one. And then we should push down lower. Or maybe we just push down lower. You really can't predict where it goes in between these, but if you wanted to enter a short, putting the order there right now would be probably pretty sweet. I'm thinking about adding 2 to my position right there, or possibly here, which is also round number. I'll try adding 2 at 90 at round number. Get my 4 lot back on. Hopefully I don't get spanked. 75, 96, 96, 50. Volume imbalance there, 97. We'll try it. Uh-oh, didn't get filled. Probably ought to put it at that wick. Sure would like to get some more on here. Pre-low 72. I'm at 70. I'm gonna put it at 72. I'm just hopefully invert that son of a gun. But if not, I've still got 2 running, and it's not bad. I think we could come all the way back to 82. I'm just going to try to stick with preload. I like that volume imbalance as a pullback right there. Rather than anticipating how far it pulls back, maybe I should just wait and see. Now we got the 4 on. I got to go to break even, and now maybe just stopped completely out of this trade again. Hopefully not. But that volume imbalance looks like it was the place to enter. Maybe we're just ranging. Maybe we're not flushing. Oh man, come on. I don't want to see this. I'm gonna have to take it off. Book my $80. We're going back to 75. Maybe we go back to the breaker. Maybe we don't flush anymore. I'm going to try to put it at round number here. And I'm going to go with 4 this time so I don't have to mark it back in. 600 even. Man, that 96, it touched it. That quadrant. Son of a gun, I'm going to miss it. We'll do the 1 quadrant. One quadrant's right there at 80. And I'm at 85. Yeah, we better try to get in at 80. Might get smoked here. Okay, there we're in. My stop's at 602, 150 bucks. We might get smoked here, but I don't think so. Okay, not liking it, not liking it. I'm gonna wait for a better entry. We may still flush, but right now I'm thinking this wick, that breaker, 600 is gonna get taken. I just chased. Got lucky. Yeah, the breaker's right there at 600, so it should go back to it. I don't know. We're certainly not wanting to push higher here. Maybe that was a good entry. Maybe I shouldn't have killed it. I don't want to miss this flush. Let's try 2 here. Two right there at 83. And that'll give us some wiggle room if it does want to go up. Okay, we're going to miss out on that too. Son of a gun. Okay, let's try at 77, 73, pre-market low inversion. We're just running those wicks. Maybe we stay with 80. And if we can get 2 filled there, even if it runs against us a little bit and does go back to the breaker, then we can add 2 more there. We'll try that. That way we got some skin in the game if it does start to flush. Maybe. I almost want to add right there. I think I'm going to move it to pre-market low. Right there. We may not get it. I feel like it could go here or possibly here again. It's definitely flushing. Definitely gonna flush. Well, I've got to get in on this move. Maybe I just mark it in. There we go. We'll get there, and if we come back up, then I'm gonna add 2 more, but I'm not gonna add 2 more at the bottom. This stop needs to be higher than that. I don't know if I really want to risk that much, but if it starts getting up, starts working into these, I'm definitely going to have to kill that, because I'm a long way from the bottom, a long way from the top, a long way from 600. But I feel like we're about to flush. What I might do here is turtle trade it, and we can add them as we go through here. But it's going to pop back to 50. I'm not going to do that. So now we got all that points because I didn't get in here. I was too scared. Now I'm chasing. I was in at 83, killed it. Bad trade management on my part. Bad trade management. But I'm always trying to anticipate, oh, how high are we going? I mean, they say green is good, but $2 is not near as good as 200. There we go. Push. We're making a higher low here. We could really push. Took that wick. That was 70. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get back in at this entry. All right, I think we're about to flush. Let's go. Just in case we don't. Rip, you sorry tater chip. Let's just keep going. Don't even bounce. Just 50, 60 points. Let's get it. Jiminy. Just keep going. We don't need to slow down. We have no reason to even hiccup here. Just get down there to that level. Right here. Friday's low at 11:40 a.m. That's my target. That worked into 25% of this opening gap. We could possibly fill 50% of it. And I will let it fill 50% of it. But we could also bounce right here. We could bounce right where we are and take all my money away again. Son of a gun. I'm going to get stopped again. God bless America. This high resistance BS. I'm just going to see money, take money. No more. No more of this. Oh, I'm up $200. Oh, I'm stopped out at break freaking even. I'm not going to do it anymore. No. Nope. That's half of that wick. I'm getting back in. I'm just going to do 2 so I don't, I'll do 3. That's half of that wick, so half of this wick. And we're already filled, never mind. 150. I'm not moving my stop this time because I know where we're going. I know where we're going. We'll probably get stopped out up here this time. Up $200, stopped out at freaking 50. Over and over and over again. I was watching a video with ICT, the one he was talking about the quadrants, and he was talking about this chop that we're in and how everything's high resistance. Where we'll go down 40, 50 points and then right back up 45 points. I mean, look at that. We don't go one direction like flushing. I mean, yesterday, the upside move, that was up, 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 up with very little pullback. It was not high resistance, but that's 35-point rip back up. Actually, to the end of that one, 37-point rip back up. So you're up, good, and then it comes and it stops you out at break even if you've moved your stop to break even, which I've been doing. I'm not going to do it this time. If it rips back up there and stops me out, I'm going to just take the loss. I'm sick of getting stopped out at break even. I mean, look at all those points I've missed out on. I was in up here. Move it to break even, stopped out. This is probably going to be the reversal of the day, and I'm going to lose 150 bucks. Oh my gosh. All right, we ran those. We ran those wicks. Whatever happened to 20-point pullbacks? But yeah, he said it won't stay in this high resistance market conditions forever because people will just stop trading. I mean, if you're scalping, I think scalping is probably better than my style of trading, where I'm expecting it to go somewhere and cautiously putting in my stop at break even. Scalping would be better. Each one of these pushes, you know, I'm up 40, 50 bucks. I can just kill it, put it back up here, give it him again, kill it, you know, just over and over and over again. I don't want to do that. I'm trying to keep my trade count low, but maybe high frequency trading might be better in this market environment we're in. But what typically happens when I do that, I'll kill it, I'll get my 50 bucks, and then the market will flush like this, just as I killed it, thinking it was going right back up. And I'll miss out on a 100-point move. So that's why I don't do it. But I'm becoming more and more confident that I'm about to get stopped out with a $150 loss. I might be able to get a better entry here. This is our breaker. So far we haven't tried to push above it, even get candle bodies above it. But we certainly could. Why did I enter at 63? I just wick test, is that what it was? I think it was, I was basing it off of this wick over here. We've worked into it. High resistance son of a gun. Yep, I'm gonna lose this trade. God bless America. Well, I have an option of killing it now, trying for a better entry, moving my stop, allowing for this high resistance, because I don't believe for 1 second we're going back up. This is just a little push back up. Maybe I should take this opportunity to try to get a better entry if it pushes down to my entry. Or maybe this is where we flush. If I killed it right now, we'd dang sure flush. All right, I like that push. But you're making me want to go to break even again. Yep, son of a gun. I'm getting out. This thing is just running lows, running highs, running lows, running highs. So I'm going to try to get in up here at a high. How about back at the breaker? $72. How about 72? Can we get in at 72? There's a volume imbalance there on the 15-minute chart. Let's try. We'll sell 3 there. That candle's still forming, so it may not be a volume imbalance. Look at that 15-minute chart. No fair value gaps whatsoever. Super high resistance. I bet you I don't get filled and I miss this entire freaking move. Am I even green on the day? 113 lousy dollars. Goodness gracious. I've seen $200 twice. It's going to flush without me. Son of a gun. Let's do this. One freaking micro at 50. If we come back up here, I'll do another one. And then that'll be it. Because I think we're flushing here. Let's let this candle, 15-minute candle finish. That'll give me plenty of room. It can get all the way back up to 625 with 1 micro. And if we come back up here, I'm going to add 1 more. Because that's that volume imbalance on the 15. Right there. And that would be just the kind of high resistance garbage that I would expect. 1 minute chart, that would be all the way back up to the pre-market low to get into that one. Now I don't have any profit on the day. Son of a gun. I'm gonna make $200 on this trade. I want more size on here. I want 2 micros. We could turtle in a high resistance environment. Bad idea. Come on. Get back to the middle of the range at least. Back to 60. I'm about ready to quit trading. Goodness gracious. Let's look at a 5-minute real quick. So 5-minute, this candle's middle is right there at 57. I'm going to move this one to 57. And if it goes up higher, I'll add another one. Is it 57 or 57.50? 56 quarter. 56 quarter. We'll just do it 56 even. See if we can get filled. It could go to the 68 too, though. Morning session's been kind of rough. Afternoon seems to have been more less high resistance. There may be more movement morning, but the high resistance isn't there. So we just popped 50 and maybe at 52 we didn't quite get filled yet, but still could. I find it very difficult to join moves in progress and to hold them. On any of those that I was in before would have been fine if I'd have just left my stop alone. Good morning. It's sitting at 113 today. I made a mistake last night. Tassif the Batman. I made a mistake last night in Asia. I was trading on my phone and I put an order to sell. To buy. I was in a short position. I put an order in to buy. And I don't even know where to go here. 45, 50, back again at 50, or just leave it. I want another contract on this thing. Oh my gosh, I just keep shooting myself in the foot. My first one was 4, and I killed it. Or I stopped at break even twice, and this was $1,200 sitting down here at this red line. $1,200. I've got to get another one in here somewhere. And we could try to add at 20. Let's let this candle finish. It's got 20 seconds left. But anyway, I got in at Asia. I was short, and then on my phone, I had to place the order in the DOM. And then when I got frustrated because it just wasn't going anywhere, not in a fashion that I liked. And so I just killed my position. I think I was up $30, $40, nothing major. I'm gonna try to enter right here at this wick. One more. And that would be at 25. Maybe here. Maybe it'll fill it in. Let's see what this candle does. Maybe I'll just mark it in. That's a nice little fair value gap there. But no. I don't think I'm going to be able to successfully add anything on this deal. Anything I add, it's going to come back up here. It's going to put my entry here, and I'll be in the hole. But I need to get in. I need to get another one in. Maybe I'll try right above these wicks. But it's going to really move my entry. So right above those wicks is at 23.50. $23 even. 23.50. So yeah, I think we can run those wicks. We'll try it at 5.25. If we went to that line, that would be better. That's 33. But if we get to that line, then we could come all the way back up to here. What about half point? This is 8 minutes remaining. I don't know where to enter this second position. Maybe I should take this one off, book my $80, and then try to enter two more, maybe here or possibly in this fair value gap, maybe around the 33 mark. Let's just put some way up here. Limit, sell. I'm going to try to sell 4 of these suckers. I know I'm right on this, where we're headed. And just whenever, as high as this thing wants to go up, I'm going to put a 15-second chart on. Uh-oh, not over there. This 15-minute. Over here, I'm going to put this 15-second chart on. We ran those wicks. Or is this it? Is this the... We're never going back up again on this thing? On this high resistance son of a gun? So on the 15-second, we have volume imbalances in 2 places. Fair value gap up here at the top of this gap. And that big 5-minute candle, this is its quadrants, but I don't know that it even factors in, to be honest. I don't know if I should do 4. So easy to get 200 in the hole with 4. If I get a good entry, I'll try 4. We didn't take those highs. Revisit 30 before you go down. Come on. Did we hit round number with that one? 500 quarter. So we didn't quite get it. Close enough. Yeah, this doesn't look like we're going anywhere but down. We ran those wicks, lower, lower. Halfway point would be 20. Let's give it a minute. We made a lower high. I mean a higher low rather. So let's give it a minute. If we could get back up here to this blue line, that's where I would like to do a short. Or even here, or even possibly there. Our breaker is way the heck up there, so I don't think we're going back up there. This is that 5-minute candle that I was thinking we would wick into the halfway point and I could enter there at 56. And we may still get there. Come on. Continue your high resistance garbage when it would be in my favor for once. That would be real nice. We do still have this volume imbalance here. This 15-minute candle is also a halfway point. I'd like to figure out where it is. A lot of times we do dance between halfway points. So that would be at 55. So that would be the same as that 15-minute candle. Yeah, I think that's going to be my entry right there at 55. I'm going to try to sell 4 short at 55. It may just go to the top of this gap again, though. We'll just have to watch. I can move it down. Tentatively, that's where I want it to be. It looks to me like, if you look at this candle, the entire thing, this one came to the halfway, I think. Not quite. Not quite to halfway. But close, about 40%. So hopefully we can get to the halfway point of this one, fill me, and then fall out of freaking bed instead of going to the moon. So there's our halfway point right here. This will be my fill. Did it take those highs? I want it to get to that. Man, I might be missing it again. Might be missing it again. So we didn't quite make it all the way to the 50% mark there. But we made it to 50. Son of a gun. Top of the gap. Wait for 50. I think we can take those highs right there. So it's a 5-minute again. So that's the 5-minute high right there at 52. I'm just going to move it down. I think it'll probably get there, but the high of this candle right here is 53 even. Son of a gun, I can't get it. Oh man. Come on, go take that high for me before we continue down. I'm gonna have to just mark it in down here, aren't I? So 55. It's at 53. We'll try that. That would get us right here. Oh, that's 54. I'm going to try it there. Fingers crossed. These are the ones that are really difficult to get into because it looks like we're just going to the moon. I want to enter. I want to enter right there at that quadrant. I mean, I'm getting in. I can't take it any longer. I'm going to get in right there. Hopefully, if it'll fill me. Right at the base. Could be just running those wicks though and going right back up. I'm gonna try it. I'm getting impatient. Now if it goes there, I'm gonna get stopped out. I don't think it will, because it would have taken it right here. Take my risk off. So these lows right here, 25% of that gap up from the other day. This is 50% of that gap. 369. I'm gonna get stopped at break even again, aren't I? Son. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. But I'd rather get stopped at break even than lose, to be honest. Y'all know who Trader Kane is? He's the trader that got the highest prop firm payout in history. It was $2.8 million or something like that. Insane amount of money. But I watched an interview with him and he said, most of my trades I get stopped out at break even. I found that pretty interesting. It is better to get stopped at break even and miss a move than, you're not going to be losing money. Now, I'm tempted to take this off. But it's probably because I'm watching this 15-second chart, but I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna put it back on a 5-minute chart. We never took that 5-minute high, and I saw that in pre-market quite a bit too, where we would go up and leave the high. But if we're gonna flush, this is the trade. This is the candle we're gonna flush lower on. So it's either going to work out or it's not. That kind of deal. So my question is, we're probably going to get a bounce here when we take this. But we have new week opening gap that hasn't been traded in at all in New York. And we have half of this gap, which is a very big possibility. And if we're going down there, that's 375. That's $1,200. I'd like to have $1,200, but is it worth missing out on 600 to get that 12? That's the question. Is it worth missing out on this? However much I got right now, 180. I've been up $200 on this. This move down, I've been up $200. Twice, maybe 3 times, and got stopped at break even. Now, Trader Kane, I will agree, it is better to get stopped at break even than to lose money, but it gets a little frustrating. It does get a little frustrating. Back to 20. We didn't want to make a new low. What if I put my stop above that high? Or maybe all the way up to here. I'd lose a bunch of money. I don't think we're going to need it. I think we'll be okay. I think we're going to flush here eventually. See, these little situations I'm thinking, well, I just need to work that range. We took that high. We should flush here. We just took that high right there. If we don't, that means we don't want to go any lower. At least not at this time of day. What time is it? We're in the 950 macro. This is our time. Let's go, guys. This is the first candle of 950. I think. It may have been this one. So yeah, this, if the market's going to go down there, it will go in the next 10 minutes, next 20 minutes. But we should see a push. Ran the lows, pulled back. What if we did this? This is our 50% mark. Maybe it doesn't want to go below that. But what if we did this? We put in a take profit here and a take profit there. That's a big move. That's another 100 points down. But if we take it off 2 here, surely it'll bounce when it hits that. If we take off 4, wait for the bounce, and sell 4 short again and go to here, that might be the better move. So, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Always kill it at round number, Potter. Always kill it at round number. Today we're not going to kill it. We're going to let it roll. I'm going to preserve at least $100 of this profit here. That's very likely bounce. Let's see here. If we were going to bounce, volume imbalance there at 507. Wick there at 13. Yeah, it would take me out. There's no PD array really. There's no fair value gaps to the downside to play off of. Maybe this is the first one we're going to get. Super high resistance. There's 50% of the week. We're going to go back up. We'll bounce off of it and go back up. I want to rifle through this like it's not even there and put up a fair value gap to the downside. Let's go. I don't know if the bank holiday has anything to do with this, but this high resistance price action is something else. High resistance means there's no fair value gaps. Actually, there is one right here. One right here. So if we pull back, we could pull back to there. That's the only one I see right there. Everything else, no fair value gaps. That's super, super high resistance. Just keep going. Put us a fair value gap down there, one that I can move my stop to. That thing's so tiny, it's hard to even mark out. God bless. Here we come. Here we come. I'm taking it off. I am. I'm not losing another $200. I may regret it, but I think we're going back to this thing. I think we are. Oh, you high resistance son of a gun. We may go and fill the gap up top. Want nothing more to do with downside today. Look at that. The fair value gaps are all to the top. It's doing the opposite. Taking the stairs down and the elevator up. We did wick into this fair value gap right here and then flushed. This is a balanced range. That wick may be all we want on the upside. This wick right here. Maybe we leave it, but I think we take it. I think we take it and then we reject. How's that P&L looking? Up 440. Hey, that ain't a bad day. Maybe I should just stop. I always tell myself I'm gonna stop. But so far, I've been enjoying. So let's look at our 15-minute. This is our candle of choice now. The halfway point of it would be a pullback of interest. So it's at 27, which aligns pretty well with that tiny little fair value gap right there. Let's look at a 5-minute chart. Maybe we do have a fair value gap on it. Nope. But we have a high and a halfway point there. Yeah, I like that for another entry to the downside. Time of day, it's 10. It's 10. Right in the middle of the macro. I want to put a limit order there because I have a feeling it's just going to touch it and pull back. But if I do that and it continues up, then I'm going to lose some of that $400 I just made. So I'm going to be really cautious. 2750 is that center point of the 15-minute candle. Right there. This candle. This one just finished, so we could actually play off of its 50 now. right at it. We're actually above it. This one lends to my story better. I like it. We took that high. Pulled back. Yeah, I think 27 is our number. If we're going to reverse, it'll be at 27. Maybe 30. What could you tell a computer program to do? We could also, if we highlight this one, we could also say we're going to take one of these highs, because we bounced off of that 50% of the week. We bounced, no doubt. So the fair value gap, inconsequential. Did we even get a first pres? We could be going back to it. This is our RTH. So where's our first presentation? Didn't even mark it. It's right there to the down. Nope, that's not one. Nope. Is that one? Tiny little one? This candle's high. 605.75. This candle's low. 606. 3 tick. A 3 tick first pres fair value gap right there. That is a tiny one. I don't even know if I would count that. But we got to mark it and we got to make it gray. See how the market reacted to it before. Well, it touched to the center right there to the tick. Touched to the center right there to the tick. And then we have this big fair value gap here. The first breaker that we had, we went up and we invalidated it, so that would be our lower high. So this is actually, this one here, is actually the fair value gap that we would be referring to from the revalidation of the breaker. Right there. Could we return to it? I think we just returned to the top of the gap here, and we're about to see some more downside. I don't know what that said about Wise. I've got a payout coming and I still haven't received it, and I think it might be because of the banking holiday. Lord Larry. I don't know that these have any bearing on it at all, but I'm going to try to get short again right here at 20. That would correspond pretty well with that. We may go to that 15-minute high and I might lose this money. I just like that wick right there. This candle right here. If we go past that candle bottom right here, then I'm getting out. And we are going past it. Okay, so I gotta kill this. Losing my money. First attempt at finding the top on this run up. Fail. Big fail. So I think on the 15-minute candle, I think we're looking at this one right here. That would be at 50. That would be perfect. So this is not really helping us. I think that would put us at 50% of this candle, which I don't know if that matters. We may go down from here. I may have just killed a viable trade, but I don't think so. I think we're going to 50. And I just lost 80 bucks of my profit. I should just lock out. Once you make your money, just lock out. But I really, really am convicted that we're going to that red line at least. You know what I should do? I should put in an order right here at 50 or 55. That's where I was before. We had something marked out that I was saying was going to be 55. Right here at 55, and I should just sell one and let it ride because I've already got my money. There's no need to put on a bunch of size and get a whole bunch more money. Because at this hour, what I typically do is I don't add to it, I take away from it. And then I spend the rest of the day just trying to get back where I was. Like just now, I lost that 80. Now I'm at 333. It's a qualifying day, my first one on these, and I'm in the hole on these. I've had 2 losing days in a row with these X's. Got 3 going, plus a combine. That combine's got to be getting pretty close. Eh, not really. We're still, yeah, $1,800 away. It was before I messed up and lost $400 or $500 twice in a row. I think I only lost 500, so I think I was like 1,500 away. I was in a trade that got me really close, and then it ripped against me. Got stopped out. I was up $1,000. I got stopped out at $35. That's when I was like, you know what? I'm gonna trail my stop. This may be it. This may be the line in the sand, because we are respecting this bearish order block. We may not go up there to that 50 mark. We're certainly not pushing down either. The breaker to the upside is right here. We did pull away with a fair value gap and respect it. We touched the 50% of the week retrace. Price action is saying we're going up, but we're not leaving town. And we only, why didn't we take any of these wicks? We only took that one? Yeah, I gotta get short on this again. I'm gonna try it at 20 again, but I'm not gonna try it with any size. I'll do 2. I'll try to do 2 if I can get filled at 20. Right there. That'll be the top of that wick that filled me. If we don't even want to take that, then we're definitely going lower. Oh, am I off on my wick? Okay, there we go. All right, so yeah, I'm in again. We're gonna just do 2. Not a lot of risk. Why does it say 290? Because it shouldn't be that much. We'll put our risk just above these. That's 150, it looks like. Oh, what does that say? 167? That's a little more than I want to lose. 150. Would that keep us in a qualifying day? 150 it would. So if this one doesn't work out, I might just call it. It don't look like it's going to work out. We went right back up. Going against my very own system. I sure know how to get into a bad trade. I can get into bad trades. I could talk myself right into them. I mean, at this point, I'm like, is it going to even work? We took that high. Maybe we'll come back down. I'm thinking we're going to 50 now. And I should get out of this sucker before I lose any more money. But since we took that high, maybe we fall out of bed now. I don't know. It's hard to say. You can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out where this price is going. But if I want to get out, there's my chance. With very little loss. Oh. I think I am going to get out. Hopefully I can get out right at break even, but if we can take this wick, that'll get me out at break even. That's at 21 quarter. Maybe we flush from here, but I doubt it. Maybe we go back to the bottom of the range. Who knows? Maybe I should quit trying to second guess it and just let the trade play out. My hypo's good. My entry may not be. There it was. There was my op. I was green for a second. 1 second. I think I could get a better fill. Unless we just flush here, I might kill it. If we look at that whole thing as a range, we just took the high of the range. I'm going to wait for this to decide what it wants to do. I think we're probably going to go down again, but I'm seeing no evidence of that. Let's do this. If we invalidate this breaker right here, then we'll try to enter right there at 506, the high of that breaker, because the algorithm will refer back to it. That's what we'll do. That's where we'll enter. We're going to miss unless we get another opportunity up here at the highs, or possibly even up to here. We're just going to get chopped up in this mess. Now I'm at 325. I lost money on that trade unnecessarily. I know one thing, I'm trading a whole lot better today than I did yesterday. Yesterday afternoon I did pretty good. And I think last Friday, I just really got my butt handed to me. I was just, I don't know. I was running on very little sleep. Didn't trade the morning session at all. Tried to make up something in the afternoon session. We were going straight up, and I was thinking we were going down, and I kept on losing. I kept trying shorts, and it just wasn't going short. I think at the end of the day, I ended up making a couple $100 back on the long, but it's still a pretty bad day. My only X that I have any profit in, I think we're sitting pretty low. I did take a payout on it. I'm at 1183. I've had this one down as low as 193 and still got a payout on it. And I'm trading better now. I mean, I'm trading a little smarter now than I was when I first got that one. I mean, you can look at, I was still over leveraging a few times and getting my butt kicked. There's this week I lost the majority of the week. If the only thing that's saving this account is I'm not trading big size. If I was trading big size, then I would lose the account. That was a really good week last week. That's when I got my payout. And then you go back to the week prior, my very first week in it, I was trading big size and had a good week. And then the big size bit me in the butt right here and I had a bad week. Good week, bad week. But the fact that I've kept it alive for as long as I have is what's impressive to me. Because normally I would put on big size, I would throw a Hail Mary and try to get a $2,000 trade, and that's what's blown up my accounts. I mean, I've had 20 of these suckers funded since May, maybe more. I think with these, I'm at like 23, 24 now. I don't even know how many I've had funded. And I just keep blowing them up by trading that big size. So on this one, my plan, I want to get 5 funded, and I want to average $200 a day. That'll produce $20,000 a month. I don't need any more than that. This one, I've only had it going a couple of days. Loser, loser, winner. I like the winner. Maybe I should just lock out for the day. I really do think we're going to push. I don't think we're going to stop there. This line, I mean, those are just too clean, too straight. They got to be visited. But that one did take those too low, so maybe this is all we wanted. Maybe that's it. Maybe we go up the rest of the day. I did get a message that they sent my money. Let's see if it showed up. No, I don't think it's going to show up till tomorrow. So there's that 57, that 55 mark that I had on that candle. I would like to see it work into here and then reject. Let's blow this back up. So that I'll label it so we know what we're looking at. First, FEG after the breaker. So wicking into it and then rejecting, maybe even taking that high with a wick, candle body's respecting, that would be a sign that we're going lower. I should have taken this reversal, probably. Trade what I see, not what I think. But something I had marked out earlier, I think it was that 15-minute candle. Maybe it was this one right here. The halfway point was at 57. One of ICT's videos that I watched, he talked about the lunch macro. And let's see. That's the 11 o'clock candle. Now he said the previous high before the lunch began, so that would be that one. It'll usually take it out and then continue on its path during the lunch macro. So this would be considered the lunch macro for New York time. And the high of that candle is right there. We could wick it and still respect this fair value gap, or maybe we go all the way to the breaker even. It doesn't really matter. But at some point, when we just touched it and pulled back, we would see a fair value gap back to the other direction, and then we could get an entry off of it for more downside. Because pretty much it has been a directional day. And the market typically won't make a complete reversal when it's been a directional day. That's that pre-market range there. We should probably put the opening range on here if our candles are working right. So yeah, there's our opening range here. We're just now getting back into the bottom of the opening range. Man, I got a lot of lines on here. I'll just do a different color green. I don't think it's necessary to mark that one. I know where it is. I can see it. All right, so we're working into that fair value gap. Preferably we would reject here. We do have this candle with volume imbalances on both ends that could possibly serve as a fair value gap, because when you mark a fair value gap, you're supposed to include the volume imbalance. So I'm actually needing to move this up to right there, because you're supposed to include that volume imbalance. You ignore the wick. And I'm a little low on the bottom. Right there-ish. All right, so that changes our halfway point just a little. Very nice, man. This long would have been a good one. A long back to the breaker. Long back to round number. Are we going up the rest of the day? We just took out this wick. That's good. Put quadrants on that wick, or maybe this big red candle. Let's do that. This big red candle all the way down to here. That was a big candle, so we're right at its 50% mark. Invalidated that fair value gap with a candle close above. I'm liking bouncing off the breaker if it'll do it. Man, this long would have paid money. Look at that. We wicked right down into this. A lot of chop, but we wicked right down into it. That's a pretty reversal pattern right there. We respected, candle bodies respected. Man, that's this tiny little dude. There we go. So yeah, the candle bodies respected it. We wicked into it 1, 2, 3. I didn't even have that marked. That's how I'm like, oh no, we're going down, we're going lower. Okay, so now we've got something. We got something happening right here. We didn't make it all the way to the breaker, There is no fair value gap to refer to over here. Oh yeah, there is this first one. And then we made the higher low. So that actually is the first one. And it goes from here all the way down to there. Is that what we just wicked into? We're putting up a fair value gap to the downside. Can we respect it? We have to wait for this candle to finish and then come back up, and then on the next candle leave this open. Maybe wick into that area, continue its path down. Not convinced just yet, but I do like the possibility. Right at the 50% mark of this big red candle. That's good. I like that. So yeah, I'm thinking if we can leave this open, we need to let this candle finish. It may not go back up there. That may be the fallout of bedtime. But it definitely, we're definitely pushing lower. I'm going to try to get in here at 50. I'm just going to do 2. I'm not going to do 4. Because we could rip much, much higher. And that would be, yeah, we'll try. I don't know if we'll even get filled. It doesn't look like it. It looks like we're mass exodus here. That would have been nice, but I mean, how do you get back in there? Just sell the high, mark it in on the way down, not knowing where it's going. I should try this one. 67. I'll do that. I'll go to 67. Because that's my normal advice. One tick below the high of this candle will be 67 even. I don't think I'm going to get filled at all, but I need to just mark it in here. This is a big push. So if I was going to try to get in here, we went to the halfway point of that candle. I'm going to try at 30. I'm going to chase. We could just be going back to this breaker and then straight back up, but I don't think so. I'm chasing more. I'm just going to mark it in, I guess. There we go. Right at the bottom. I'm going to get right at the bottom. Finally going to get a green candle on this run. I am going to go to break even on this, because that's that fair value gap we wicked into twice. So we may not push through it. But I bet we do. I'm going to try to get in at that wick again. I probably shouldn't have gotten out. We're probably just going to flush here, but I can get back in somewhere else. I just expect a pullback at some point. We're blowing through this. There ain't no way. I'm going to miss it. Going to miss it. Round number, perhaps. That should give us enough room. I will move my stop and add to this if we get an opportunity to do so. Right there is where I said I was going to add before, 506. I'm going to try it 506 2 times. Kind of lost my mind there. Alright, we'll try 2 more there, 506. Because it will invert these breakers. Might be the low of the day, might be losing my qualifying day. But for a push down, I like that spot. This is the halfway point. Man, I'm nervous. That does not have to go my way here. Super high resistance. 1 elevator down. And I don't even know how to get in on a move like this. I wanted it at that fair value gap up there, but it just would never pull back. This feels gambly now. Gambelina. So if we can make it down here, I'm going to try to take 2 off. No, I said I wasn't going to do that. If we can make it down there, I'm going to try to take 4 off there, all of it off there. Expect a bounce. And then try to take more to the halfway point of this gap. That's my plan. But it looks like right now I'm going to get stopped out for this one. Because I got in too early. Got in at the very freaking bottom. Yep. That's coming. I gotta kill it. There went my qualifying day. That's where I should have entered. But if I put on another one right there, I might as well have just moved my stop. Let's do 2 there. I should have just killed some of them. I'm not going to get in on this trade. I'm not going to be able to get in on it. I'm just too indecisive. Long in the lows. So hard to join a move in progress. That was my entry. I missed it. Damn it. We'll still be okay if we go where I expect. We'll still be okay. We're not going to make a ton of money. Maybe I'll add to it if we start pushing back down again aggressively. But at this point, I'm probably going to lose this trade too. Not confident that we don't go all the way back up here before coming down. That was an aggressive move down. Invalidated the breaker to the upside. 159. I'm still qualified for the day, but just barely. We going back to 50? Looks like it. I gotta take it off. How are you gonna join this move? That is a giant freaking wick. That's what we'll do. We'll mark it. We did take that high. We went back to the 75%. I would like to see it stay there for more downside. We did not take that high. %50 would be 55. That number keeps popping up. 55. I can't drive 55. Is that where we're going? I like that we touched there. I like that we left that high. $19. We're getting back in at 19, guys. I may regret it. I may turn this into a losing day yet. Flush, you dirty, rotten scoundrel, man. Leaving so much money on the table. Time of day. What are we looking at? 10:40. So London's closed. That was probably actually the rip up would be the London MOC, and now we can continue on our path to the downside. Hopefully, that's what we're seeing. What did we learn about going to break even, Potter? Maybe I should book some of this. Yeah, there goes break even again. $55, here we come. Maybe we'll stay in this lower quadrant. But it don't look like it. I think I am going to take an opportunity here. If we pull back to my entry, go ahead and kill it. I might miss, but I don't know. I think I'll just leave it. I want to get in at 55. That's what I want to do. But it may not go back there. I think the possibility of running these wicks is pretty high. straight money stealing mode. We got in at 37. That would be roughly 20 points to there if we ran those wicks. What about 40? That would give me 25 points to my stop. We should be okay there. I prefer 50. 55. What if we just wait and see how it reacts to those wicks? And leave it up here. This is the halfway point of the entire candle from last week. I don't know if it'll show up on the chart because we've had some chart issues, but I can just show it to you. I put a big fib on the entire thing. I marked 75% from here to here, and that's the halfway point, and that's where we bounced twice now. Alright, so there's our wick run. Can we get to 55? 55 is right in the middle of this guy. The fair value gap leaving the opening range. We still didn't take them. It's being really, really finicky. $107. I don't even have a qualifying day now. I should have locked it. Dad, gum you. I got the market called. I'll get that money back. But man. I'm very, very sleepy. I think I have the market called. I think we're going to that red line. At least. And so if I could get in at 55, that'll get me a qualifying day. I could play this range, but I'm not about to take a long. We might just take that one and dump right out. We didn't take it. We took it the 15-minute. Yep, that's what we did. Right there, I'm going to try to get in again. Might get spanked. I should have put my entry at those wicks. If you go to 55 now, I'm going to be very irate. This does still have another wick up there it could take, but it took the 15-minute wick. And that's what I'm playing off of. This one right here, it took that and pulled back very nicely. See if it looks the same over here. Oh my gosh, it didn't take it over here. That's where NQ and MNQ differ. It didn't take it over here. So I might have to get back out of this one if we don't start pushing down in a hurry. Because NQ is still going to want to take those highs. And I'd rather capture that profit. It could go to 55 too. Yeah, I'm gonna err on the side of caution. Maybe I can get a little push down to this wick right here, and that'll get me out. It's all right.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan, and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed, even on our lowest price plan. That's 2 gifts for your family and 1 for you. Or 2 for you and 1 for someone else. Or 3 gifts for you and only you. Either way, you save big on 3 amazing gifts at Verizon.
But if I add, we're going to 55.
Visit Verizon today.
Son of a
Rankings
gun.
based on Root Metric Truth Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
I think my best bet right here, I wish I would have looked at that 15-minute candle over here. I think my best bet is just to take it off. I feel like this is a bear flag. I don't want to lose money on the trade necessarily, but I think we're going higher first. At least to 40, maybe to 50. Okay, so did we take that wick? That's the 15-minute wick, I'm pretty sure. 39 even. And 38.75, we did not take it. Over here we did. Over here we just did. I'm gonna try over here though, adding one in. Once again, a halfway point. Okay, if this one don't work, it may be my last trade of the day. But that's my best shot at entering for a push to those dadgum lows. I got 3 on. 420. If I don't lose it, maybe I'll leave one running, try to get to that half gap. If we'll even go that way, I think we will. Kind of want to add one more. I might, if we can start flushing, add one more. I don't know. It's been such a high resistance day, I'm scared to add anything in. Maybe I should just wait till it gets to $100, take my qualifying day and call it. Usually when I get this convicted about a level getting taken, this happens. I end up losing a whole bunch of money trying to get there. We could put a quadrant on this wick now too. And look for candle bodies to close below the halfway point. That would be conviction that we're going lower. There is a volume imbalance there that we're pushing up into. That's normal. We would actually need to look at it at a smaller time frame. But if we can get below this halfway point of this wick, I would be okay adding one more contract. And that halfway point is where? 495. So I would want to wait for a pullback, probably to here, to add that extra contract. Or maybe take it all off when it hits there and try to add them all back in. Don't know what would be best there. High resistance son of a gun. We lost our mood music. I was kind of enjoying that. I'm gonna play an ad first. No ad. Look at this high resistance son of a gun. Goodness gracious. If I wanted to add, that'd be the place. 57 is where I added before, or 27 is where I added that third contract in. What time of day we got? Noon, straight up. That'd be 1 o'clock. No, that's noon. That's noon, New York. So it's only 11 o'clock here. Yeah, noon is not the time of day we see a reversal. So this could go back to 50. Son of a gun. How about moving that stop to break even now, Potter? Would you, if you had it do over again, would you have moved the stop to break even? Holy cheese balls. Leave it. Leave the high. I'm gonna have to take this son of a gun off. We didn't even take the low. Last act of a dying man or flush? Should have killed it. Probably not going to get another opportunity. Give me one more op, and I will kill it, I promise. It's going up and up and up. All the way to 55. Maybe even higher. Maybe we go fill that gap right here at lunchtime. Reject. That was my last hypo. We bounce off the halfway point and go back down, and I don't see it happening. So I gotta kill it. Now they'll reject. Or maybe not. In the hole. I'm not losing those $700. I'm not even going to put on more than one micro anymore. Ever. At least it gives me enough room to be way wrong. I might add one more if we reject here. So we went to 75% of that wick. Now we are pulling back a little. If we go all the way to the breaker, will that stop me out? No. I just don't want another one of these numbers to happen and I miss the whole thing. That's why I'm in on one. If we can hold below 50, I might try to get one more. Opening range low. Will we bounce and push lower, or will we work into it? I know one thing, I don't want to lose another penny. So why do I think this market's going to go down more? That's what I don't understand. Right now it's saying we pushed down. Yeah, we did. And then we went down as far as we wanted, and then, you know, it's a directional day and lower high. We're into this fair value gap that started to move back down. That's what I'm thinking. This is a short place, and that kind of makes me think it is too. I'm gonna try it right here at this 55 mark, 56, 55, 50. See if we can get filled. That number keeps coming up. Keeps coming up. %50 of that big wick. It's gonna miss me again. Maybe I'll be wishing it did miss me. Nerd. If these quadrants have any weight to them at all, it should return to it. guess I could try 50. It is a psych level after all. What's the high of that? That's 55. So this should fill. This should fill. Okay, now can we drop? Can we get out of bed? Can we go all the way down to this big red line? Finally, for once, can you do what I want you to do? I'm losing my faith in it. There's absolutely nothing stopping this from ripping higher. The only reason I think we're going to go lower is because we need to. But it looks like I'm going to lose another trade, just looking at. There's not a reason we should be offering higher here. We should have hit that level and offered lower. Yeah. I'm on the wrong side of the market. I am on the wrong side of the market. I don't see anything from preventing it from going to the moon here. So I've got to take it off. I'm going to lose more money. Maybe I can catch that down move at some point, but right now I don't really see it happening. We can get a little pullback, that would be nice. So I don't lose quite so much. No, don't see a pullback coming. Weekend gamer. This is NASDAQ and mini NASDAQ. I trade mini, but I get my signals off of the big one. When we left this thing in such a rapid fashion, we put up this fair value gap right here, and that's the one we're working in. I just, my expectation of it pushing lower, I'm probably ignoring a bunch of signals to go long and eroding my profits. At this point, we're having we may be getting a 15-minute candle. It hadn't closed yet. That's at 62. It's right at the high of the opening, right at the low of the opening range. I still expect a rejection here, but right now we're in the lunch macro and it's going to run liquidity. So I could see us coming back into this breaker line and then rejecting, and that would take my stop at the 150 level. I could possibly push her up to maybe here. That would be 295. That's more than I'm willing to risk. I would be okay with maybe 250 on this. Would get us to the breaker. That would be the round number, and I wouldn't have to take the loss necessarily on that. But there's no guarantee it's not stopping. I mean, it could go all the way up. But I know I can lose $400 trying to enter into a trade because I just did it this morning. So might as well just let this one play out with my hypo. Right now it looks like I'm going to get spanked. Alright, so that was some liquidity we wanted. You can tell by the way it grabbed it. And then we pulled back right away. It definitely hit some stops. Are we going all the way to round number, or was that as high as we wanted? I think I'll let it go to round number. That's quite a pullback. As soon as we pop it, we pull back 30, 40 points here. We touch the breaker. If we get a fair value gap to the downside here, I will add. I'm going to get rid of this one. It was not our point of contention. This one appears to be, at the present time, We didn't quite touch the breaker, but we got real close. On the other side, this is our breaker right here. We haven't validated it yet, which is kind of crazy. Let's see how we're doing with the pre-market range here. Coordinates. Adam, you still on here? I'm being a give back trader today. Sticking to my hypo and okay, so that was the first quadrant of our pre-market range, which I don't even know if we're referring to it anymore. Maybe we're referring to opening range quadrants now, which aren't that much off. They're not that much different. It would be from this high to that green line. But we referred to these really nice, so I'm going to leave them alone. First presentation is right here. Could be offering up to it as well. Man, I've dug a hole. I was up. I should have just killed it. I tell myself I'm going to do that every day. If I catch a good trade, you know, I'm up on the day. I always try to add to it, and I usually end up just trying to get back to it. I should have just killed it. So there's a nice little push down. If we can make a fair value gap here to the downside, I may go ahead and try to get one more on for that push, hopefully push lower. It's nice little push, but we could just be sweeping these lows. I like that we didn't take round number. That shows weakness. I bet you that 55 number comes back into play. Y'all want to place a wager on it? This is where I entered, right there at 55. Think it'll come back into play and we go up from there, or do we invert it again, go down from there? The quadrants I placed on this wick, I mean, that is an opportunity for me to kill this sucker with no loss. which would be kind of nice. But you notice we only went to the 25% of here, and then we didn't make it down even to that. For this thing to continue, we need to go past that 50% mark right there. And so right now, this big wick, this big candle, I think I'm just on the wick itself. That's the 50% of the wick right there. Lunch macro should let us fall out of bed now. If it doesn't, then it's a dead trade. Not gonna work. Took the high of the previous 15-minute candle prior to lunch macro. This should be it. This should be it. Maybe I try to get one short right here. One more. 69. It's just gonna market sell that son of a gun. Optimal entry is one tick below the high of that candle. And I got in there pretty close with that market in. Should be the move I've been waiting on. Making me sweat. We did not have a 15-minute candle close back within the opening range, so the whole running through the opening range is not really valid at this point. This one was trying to, but it didn't. Do have another fair value gap that's very much in play right there. We want candle bodies closing below the halfway point of this guy, which would put us pretty close to that. Yep, right at it. I like that reaction. Maybe a loser, guys. Maybe a loser. I'm going to add one more right there. If I can get it in.
If possible, I don't know what you're doing this afternoon, but I still would like to go get my truck.
Oh, okay.
You run off yesterday, I'm like, where'd he go? I was like, what's going on?
Oh, well, it was pretty late in the evening when I left. It was like 8 o'clock.
We left earlier than that.
I went to the store.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't worry.
Sherry's back there. You can go out.
No, I'm not worried about it. I need to go to town. Anyway, I want to try with Spell. Just go to town. Because Saturday we're having a poker run. That'll be my first poker run I've ever been on.
Oh, okay.
Going from, we got to meet up at Cristo with Jay and all of them going, so.
Yeah.
Going from Cristo to, they'll make a bunch of stops. We're gonna go to Ballinger and then come back.
Yeah.
You'll have to go all the way back to Cristo to get your poker hand. I told Jay, I said, I could probably just come to that San Angelo quick. He's like, he said, you gotta go to Cristo and get your last card so you can play because you play a hand of poker. So
Yeah.
anyway, I wouldn't
Ask Sherry, because I've got to stick here and watch this trade.
I mean, it's not a big
I
deal.
might be needing to kill it here in just a
I'm
second.
gonna go to work when you go to work this afternoon.
Yeah.
Talk to you or something, or it's not.
Yeah.
It's not right now. So, what are you doing? What are you doing? You only got one eye? I didn't notice that.
Yeah, he only has one
I
eye.
didn't notice that. You can see just fine, can't you? Huh? Huh? What are you? Well, let's get back to your list. It's crazy over there.
It's crazy. I'm hoping I've got the market called right here, but it's not going my way right now.
Made anything at all?
I made a bunch and then I lost it all. Yep. Lost it all trying to catch the rest of this down move right here. I think I got it. If it gets there, I'll have a profitable day, but we'll see. We will see. Right now, it's not looking good.
It just looks like Greek to me, huh? You never know. So. Well, I just figured I'd holler at you because I didn't want to call. I thought you was on doing your, what is it?
Live stream.
Yeah, it was free.
Yeah, I'm live streaming.
Oh, you don't. No, it's not.
Everything you're saying right now, the YouTubers can hear. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, we're live. Say hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. I guess I better be nice and run to go to town. Stand still, bro.
Nothing I can think of. I'm just out. Got to get knocked out. Yeah. Mill out of the house. Man, guys, this thing's making me sweat. Do y'all have anybody that doesn't respect the fact that trading is a job? Do you say I need to focus on this between the hours of 8:30 and 3 or whatever, and they simply won't let you focus. That's kind of situation there. Please go my way, you sorry devil. I mean, we're getting real close to a candle body closing back into the opening range. I think that one did. So this may be a loser. Goodness gracious. I don't want it to be a loser. Should I just kill it and try to enter up here at this guy? Because that seems to be a point of contention there. We're about to run through it, aren't we? If it doesn't go to this level by the close, the market is freaking broken. It doesn't work anymore. It's just a broken market. I am at least a little encouraged by the fact that it's not moving higher. Oh gosh. But we should be flushing here. We really should. And so I think if I get another opportunity to kill it at break even, I think I'm going to take it. But I don't know that I will. If we can just get back to the bottom of the range. Let's look at this price action on a clean screen and pretend like none of that other stuff is there. What do we have? We've got gaps above, we've got gaps below. We're closest to this low. We've got a market that's gone down most of the day, but a big run up. We've taken that high, we've taken that low. Is there anything in here saying we're going higher? Is there anything in here we're saying we're going lower? Well, if we're running the liquidity above, then we've done it. But we've also run the liquidity below, unless this is a new liquidity. Maybe here could possibly be some liquidity, or we could go after the pre-market high that we didn't want pre-market. All right, we went after the pre-market high here, and then we tried to make a new high and failed. So we could be running for that. We've already taken this and that. It's after lunch. The market has reversed, I guess you would say. Let's look at the entire range of the day. It's going to put everything back on there, but it'll be all right. Entire range of the day. We're trading right at the halfway point of the entire day. That's not giving us any clues. But if you were a billionaire, you would want to sell to willing buyers below the halfway point. I mean, above the halfway point of the day. So you'd want to be selling short up in this area, which our entry is just slightly below that area. Let's put it on there again. Let's do it with a higher time frame, and I'll use a different color for my fib. High of day, low of day. We'll make it orange or yellow. We'll make it yellow. Okay, so my entry in relation is dead center of the day. So if I'm a billionaire and expecting it to go lower, I would want to be selling short the people right here for a push to there. If we are indeed going to push lower, that's where I would want to be selling. So we're not in a bad position. We're dead center day. It can only go one way or the other from there. Looks like it's going to go against me, or not. It's just in that range. I think I should take an opportunity to kill it if I get it. I do think we're going to go lower. I just want a better entry where I'm not $100 in the hole all the time. Or maybe I should just leave it alone. But it really, really seems to like this quadrant right there, that price, 73. It just keeps passing through that level right there. We're definitely having 15-minute candles closing back within the opening range. What's the halfway point of the opening range? Man, that looks like trash when you look at it at this time frame. It's like untradeable trash. High, low. We already did the halfway point. No, just the opening range. Halfway point of the opening range is 604. 604. That's a possibility. How bad would that hurt? That would hurt real bad. We're above this line now. So that's not looking good. Not looking good at all. We just took that 15-minute candle right there, wicked back into the original fair value gap after the breaker. We took that high as well. I think we're going up. As much as I hate to say it, I think we're going up. How much of a hickey can I take on this thing without losing my accounts? This is the one I'm most concerned about. I'll be fine. Even if I lose it, I'll be fine. Won't I? We didn't take round number before. That shows weakness, but we could take it this time. This is a 5-minute chart, and that's a 5-minute range. We just took the high of it. Let's take the low of it. The low is right at my entry. So if I'm going to take an opportunity to get the heck out of this thing and enter again at the high, this will be it if we can get down there. Not looking too promising. We're inverting the fair value gap. Think the bank holiday is having anything to do with this? dancing between two gaps. I let my bias destroy my P&L today. We already took that high. We already wicked into that volume imbalance. That's the next high. That would be right at center of the range, opening range. We could survive it, but we're going to be about 300 in the hole. We may go back to high of day. I'm going to let it go to round number and possibly that wick. If it doesn't just rip up there and take me, then I'll see how we react when we get there. And this is 120 points, really not that big of a range. We could definitely run it. We nearly ran the whole thing in this 1 5-minute candle. So once again, MNQ took the high, NQ did not. It will. Wonder what ES is doing right now. I'm gonna look it up. Maybe it'll give me some more confidence in holding this thing. Oh, I forgot. I gotta select one. No. ES. There we go. Whew. Okay, so ES just filled its gap, essentially. That is a decoupled market if I've ever seen one. I'm not... This makes me even less confident that I'm in the right direction. So ES opened with a gap down. It just filled it. And it's going after yesterday's high. That doesn't even look like it's possible to be the similar products. Yeah, we're going higher. We popped the 6. We're having a minor pullback. But there's not even a gap to consider on ES. I mean, way down here, and we didn't even get close to it. I think I gotta kill it, guys. It's gonna take me. There's another gap up here that ES is also working into. Man, that is a crazy chart. Wrong again. Another losing day. I mean, this is a gap. Big one. Do we still think short? Do we take the gap and pull back? I don't know what to do. This looks like moon. We're going straight to the moon. We did have it open with a big gap down on the NQ and have not even worked into it at all. I don't know. I think my best bet is to live to trade again another day. I had profit and I lost it. I lost big time. Like a $400 turnaround. Just wrong. Just wrong. That level was in my head and that's where I was going, regardless of what the market wanted to do. Oh, I do that so often. We're gonna make a new high of the day at lunch. Go fill that gap, I guess. That was a spanking, fellas. $500 loss today. And I was up 400 before. I'll learn one of these days to lock my account down whenever I get profit, because this thing, I mean, double tap the lows. I guess we respected that breaker down there. When we got above it, we didn't ever. The new breaker's right here, so we would have to work off the original, and we just put a fair value gap above it. And I'm in a short, so I'm not paying attention to that. But that would be our 1 minute breaker right there. Let's go to the 1 minute. Yeah, so our initial push down, that's the breaker right there. The purple one. Maybe we can get a look at that with all this other stuff on the chart. So yeah, that would be it. We came up, tried to validate it, couldn't. I'm expecting a push to those lows. We don't get it. Once we had this fair value gap go above it right here, our entry would have been around here, and now we're pushing to the highs. That's a whole lot of movement before we got to a breaker, in my opinion. But, you know, that week, 50% of the week was all we wanted, and they were looking for people that wanted shorts. They were looking for me. Yeah, they took all my money. Sorry, devils. Maybe I'll get a chance to get a few dollars back if we reject off of the opening range high. And maybe go back down to the middle of the range. Maybe. I don't know. I've blown it. I absolutely blew it. That's the reason I trade small, because I'm wrong a lot. I'm wrong way too many times to trade minis. When I was trading minis, I would lose that much in one trade. And I might get it all back in one trade too, but I was blowing accounts once a week, and I just don't want to blow any more accounts. So I can recover from that loss in one trade with a freaking micro in the right direction. But you know, today, this whole thing, I mean, you look at that chart. We open with a gap down. We make no attempt to fill it. We go down, 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 down. Really don't have a reversal before lunch, and then complete reversal. That's actually not an abnormal day, but we do it without taking the lows, without taking any highs, It's a tough day to trade. It's a tough day to get a read on. Really is. Big horseshoe. We just made a big horseshoe. That's all we did. And it's still early. We could take that low. Absolutely could. ES is not giving me confidence that could happen. Let's look at ES real quick. ES looks like it's going straight to the moon. But maybe we take this high. That settlement line is from several days ago. Let's go to its RTH. Yeah, we could definitely go fill that gap with ES. Or maybe we just take that high and we offer back lower. I don't know. We already took that high with ES. Right there. So on a 1 minute chart for ES, is that all we wanted? Could we offer back down to the middle of its range for the day? It doesn't look like it to me. But 50 is a psych level. And that would put us right at it. I don't know if we got a clean reversal pattern there. But right now it looks like it wants nothing to do with going down. Isn't that, I mean, they look somewhat similar, but I was watching these side by side and trying to get clues from them about what the other one was going to do. But yesterday's movement on I think it was yesterday's movement. Is this yesterday? I guess it is. Yeah, it's real similar. There was one day where they just weren't even in sync at all. Maybe it was that day. I think this is 2 days. Maybe not. Let's do a 15. And let's do a 15 over here too. And then we can compare them side by side. Maybe we hide all the lines. Yesterday. Today. That's, I don't know. We definitely have a gap down here. I mean, there's just gaps everywhere. You don't know where it's going. NQ is just taking its high, or not quite. ES surpassed it hours ago. $100 of these companies is this. That's a gigantic gap right there. From here to there. So we're past the halfway point of that gap. Maybe it's going to fill that one. Maybe we should be looking to get into a long here to take the high of the day. Maybe I should just go long ES. I think I missed my opportunity today. I really do. I don't think I should trade anymore. Maybe I'll get a better read on the market tomorrow, or maybe I'll take that first trade, get my $400 and just say, that's it, I'm done. Maybe I'll do the right thing one of these days. You can see by my performance, I've been doing the wrong thing quite a bit. I do occasionally get it right. I did get a payout. And I'm not going to blow up any more accounts. I'll just size down and build it back up if I have to. I think I'm kind of there right now. I need to size down and just do one micro. I kind of want to short the high, but I'm a little worried with that gap. And the way ES is just pushing. I think the better option would be maybe try to get into a long, I don't know. I don't know. That would have been a decent pullback right there. Too late now. Like that quadrant. Maybe not. It may still work, but I'm not going to put it on there anymore. Too much stuff. I don't know, guys. I think I better call it. I was off. It seemed like a good hypo, but it just wasn't. Market didn't want it. It wanted that 50% of the week, and that was it. All of these are completely inconsequential now. They can go away. You know, funny thing about this, my trading plan requires that a 4-hour high or a 4-hour low be taken before I look for a trade. And there is actually a 4-hour high right in here. I mean, a 4-hour low right in here. And we took it. And we pushed quite a bit below it. But based on that, I should have only been looking for longs. And I didn't. I don't even know if it'll show us our 4-hour from yesterday. but this was it right here. You know, I'll just delete that, and I'll clone this one. So that was it. But we opened below it, and I didn't really think it was really a big deal. But if you look at that, you know, we opened below it, we pushed a little bit above it, but that's the only 4-hour level that we took. And so I should not have been looking for shorts. I mean, you can take a short from it and aim lower, and that's what I did, because it just wasn't showing any sign that it was going to reverse there. So I did take a short, and of course I aimed for this one, and you know, you saw the results. I did make money here. I did make good money here. Got stopped out a couple of times from all the chop, but I did make good money on the way down. I just lost it trying to get further down. Now see this, we took that high, not that one. Now we're pulling back. I could lose another $300 or $400 trying to get in on this long to take that last little bit. Definitely I could, definitely. I already missed the move. I don't really feel like, I mean, are we really going to pull back to this breaker? I don't know what kind of a good setup would come at this hour. I mean, we're about to hit lunchtime. But we would need to take that high and then put up a reversal signal. I'm already out of the market for a long because it's already too far up in the column, and I'm ignoring all this, waiting for a short. I might end up catching one in the afternoon, guys, but I've been on this thing since about 7, maybe a little after, maybe 7:30, 8. I don't know when I started it, but it's been a long live stream. So I think I'm going to go ahead and get off and go get me some breakfast and regroup, clear my mind, see if I can see any type of trade opportunity at all for the afternoon session, and try to at least recoup some of my losses that I've had on this. But I won't be setting any records, I promise you that, because I'm only going to be putting on one micro. I mean, right now I'm thinking we pull back, we go long. We pull back to this right here, that's our breaker for all intents and purposes, which is kind of crazy. The last up close candle being all the way up the middle of the range. I would think you could probably find one on a 15-second chart or use the original. Even though we did poke a new low, the original was respected after that. Oh. That was all London MOC. Liquidity run. Man, I thought we were going there. Son of a gun. Alright guys, I'm going to end it. Thank you for watching. I really don't suck as bad as it looks like I suck most days. I can usually make some money. I just like to give it all back.